Actually a video feed. Harvesting data, I'm sure. Nothing to it. Standing is fine. Government issued. I can search my personal files, plus a few public databases. It's on. What should I search for? Nothing. Shows how close we were as siblings. The desk that launched 1,000 articles. Not much I can do with it. An archive of my published articles. The ones rescued from the censors, anyway. Crowded, gridlocked, choking on smog. But it doesn't look half bad from here. This lot holds my official documents. Houses change, the paperwork remains. There's a lot to sift through. Looking for what? Our guardian's death certificate is in there. Mentions an address where Leo lived at the time. Leo Dormer, residing at 17 Tybau Street. Good start. But I have no idea where that is. Crowded, gridlocked, choking on smog. But it doesn't look half bad from here. I load a map of the city. There. 17 Tybau Street. It's in the new territories. Barking dogs, broken bottles, that kind of neighborhood. Didn't expect any better from Leo. Says 17 on it. I peer inside. Empty. Unlabeled. I bet it's high percentage stuff. Once used for cargo. Now I'm not so sure. Bulging belly, black feet. He's had too much of something. Long way from home. In no particular order: tin, planks, nails, barrel, pipes, tire. Sports brands. Some soiled, some torn. Tarp, makeshift home. Early teens, barefoot, scrawny. Only has eyes for his gadget. I venture a few questions. Conversation proves difficult. I'm not sure we speak the same language. Or maybe he has no interest in talking to me. Number 17. What does he know about it? I don't think he gets the question. I explain I'm after my brother. Does the name sound familiar? He doesn't seem to know. Maybe more questions later. Padlocked. Boarded up. Pile of household debris. The usual trinity: bed frame, broken lavatory, dirty mattress. I yank on the chain. Won't budge. I wonder if I can locate a key somehow. Does he know how to enter the house next door? A key, maybe. No idea what I mean. Nothing unusual. Pungent, though. I've never been above digging through rubbish. But this is empty. It's decomposing. Wonder how long that's been there. Somebody's in. I press the button. A crackle. Smoker's voice on the other end. Angry old man. He sounds divided. Shout at a stranger to scram. All good excuse for a rant. I switch on the reporter charm. Ranting it is then. So what happened next door? He sighs. A few years ago, the landlords hired a company to renovate it. They never completed the job, and the place was left to rot. Is that why it's boarded up? No, he says, the orphans are to blame. They set up camp next door. They rummage through bins, break into empty properties, even try to sell him his own rubbish after he throws it out. Scavengers, he calls them. No good scavengers. Could they be selling items found at number 17? Of course, he says. They'd sell you their own mothers if they could. Not that they have any, I say. No response. How can I access the house next door? He has no idea. I explain that my brother used to live at number 17. The name rings a bell. They didn't interact much, but had been on good terms. Leo helped the old man carry a bed frame upstairs when he moved in. Solid wood, too. He also recalls a gathering to celebrate Leo's university enrollment. Is he certain? About the university part? Yes, he says. A local university, although he can't remember which. Leo moved out soon after and was never seen again. But he was very proud of that, becoming a student so late in his life. What did they find in the house? He recommends I ask the orphans directly. I thank him for his time. Be careful out there, he says. I take great care to ensure he gets the point. Number 17, you. Find. Me. Buying. A light is switched on. He reaches into his bag, revealing worthless junk. A bundle of pens, elastic bound, rusty motherboard, ancient photo frame, chipped wood, slim pickings. I toss him a coin for his trouble. Renovators? Builders? He doesn't seem to know. The owners of the house next door. Does he know them? No idea what I mean. Already asked. He doesn't seem to know. I think he's done. He just waves at the objects on the ground. Got to admire the salesmanship. A bundle of branded pens. Says ULS on them. Definitely bricked. It's made of wood. Chipped varnish. Nothing unusual. No need. Why? Why? A bundle of branded pens. Says ULS on them. Already tried. I need a key. I can talk into it. Need to ring it first. Maybe a few more questions. The old man picks up. Got nothing better to do, he says. Does he remember the university name? UMC or GMU, he says. Something with 3 letters. He apologizes. His memory isn't what it used to be. I thank him anyway. The landlords. He's never met them, but wouldn't mind a word or two about the mess. What can he tell me about the renovating company? Wouldn't hire them myself, he says. Someone values their privacy. That won't open it. A bundle of branded pens. Says ULS on them. It says ULS on them. The old man mentioned a 3-letter university name. Long shot, but worth investigating. I mentioned the initials. Do they sound familiar at all? ULS, he says. That's the University of Life Sciences. I vaguely remember reading about it. Some riots halted construction a few years back. The building now appears simultaneously demolished and incomplete. So many regime changes. I've lost track. New design, old problems. Says ULS. Abstract logo. This one is crooked. Feels symbolic somehow. Unfinished project. Several parked two-wheelers. I wonder who's in there. Several parked two-wheelers. I wonder who's in there. Can't even make out what it says. I don't get it. Definitely dead. Same old model as mine. Nobody bothered stealing it. They've been emptied. An alphabet of sorts. Maybe it's just abstract. A faded printed note. Statue project led by Dormer. Proposals by Friday. I can read it. I wonder where it leads. Nothing helpful there. Filled with junk. Looks like it's been emptied. A sketch of a statue. Some kind of insect playing the harp. Someone annotated it with a red pen, suggesting the design was approved. The same person also penned a playful acrostic. B is for brilliant. I is for intellectuals. O is for of. E is for exponential. T is for ta. There used to be more, but the ink has bled. A sketch of an insect playing the harp. Someone penned an acrostic that spells B-I-O-E-T. A small-scale version of the university includes a statue of a torch-wielding man. There's a quote on the miniature plaque, so that society may gain wisdom as fast as science gathers knowledge. Unknown spilt liquids. 2 copies of the same memo. One more faded than the other. Terminal blacklist, students protest. Anderson A, Ange L, Betty G, Chopra D, Chun L, Dama W, Doe L, D. The rest is illegible. Won't get any information out of this. Flashing, glitchy patterns. Don't want to stare at it too long. Don't want to stare at it too long. There are eyes on this one, that much I can tell. They seem pretty out of it, barely synced to the beat. They seem pretty out of it, barely synced to the beat. How can they rest with that racket? I wave. No response. Everyone is lost in their own worlds. Booming, pulsating. Body rolling, eyes closed. She knows I'm staring. Doesn't stop her from dancing. I command her attention. Hard to keep it for long. Music's blaring. She slurs her words, won't stop moving. From what I gather, she's been dancing for 56 hours straight. All of them have. It's her event, she explains. Insomnia, a monthly gathering. Like-minded folks testing the limits of sleep deprivation. No stimulants, she says, just music and light. Kids these days. Anyway, time for questions. Why did she choose the university? I thought it was a church, she says. She doesn't need to be asked about that. That name, she's never heard it before. Okay, that will do for now. It's intense. Mass-produced plastic. Nothing unusual. Bolted to the floor. Looks like it's been hijacked. Passed out. I assume he was manning the projector. That can't be comfortable. X, Y, and Z for zoology mostly. Books on immunology mostly. I to J section. G and H for histology. Whatever that is. Looks like the bookcases are not in alphabetical order. M to N. Books on molecular stuff and nano things. O for optogenetics. P for pharmacology. So much non-digital data. Books on topics starting with E or F. Loads on ethics and ethnography. Q to R. A large section on quantum physics. Structural, synthetic, and systems biology. All topics found in the S-T sections. K and L, mostly for kinesiology. Most of the books in here must be forbidden by now. Explains why nobody raided the place. AB, animal rights, biology, and a large section on bioethics. The C to D section. Books on cell and developmental biology. UVW section, mostly for vascular biology. U is the right idea for university, but that's not how the books are organized. No mention of the name. It's too vague to be referenced. It's too vague to be referenced. Books on topics starting with E or F. Loads on ethics and ethnography. Q to R. A large section on quantum physics. Could be mentioned in a book. I need more info though. ask her something? No, she's too far gone. Not much I can do with it. A notice about parking vehicles. Some content is missing. Final notice. Vehicles without authorized, forcibly removed from the... Please ensure necessary before parking outside the... Temporary address forwarding. Biochem, 7A Market Street. Biophysics, 64 Signmakers Yard. Ecology, 86 Keshwang Place. Ethics of Biology, 341 Belvedere Heights. Virology, 65C Crofton Place. Please confirm with office before. Sure, there's a link, but that doesn't help me much. Addresses to forward mail to various departments. Bolted to the floor. Looks like it's been hijacked. This one is upside down, following last week's. All purchased equipment. That won't get me far. Please ensure you necessary preparations. Temporary address forwarding. Biochem, 7A Market Street. Biophysics, 64 Signmakers Yard. Ecology, 86 Keshwang Place. Ethics of Biology, 341 Belvedere Heights. Virology, 65C Crofton Place. Please confirm with office before. Can't even make out what it says. Tipped on its side, rusting. It's been stripped of anything valuable. I wonder why it was brought here. Doesn't seem to be wired to anything. I don't get it. Can't even make out what it says. Must be advertising the party inside. Say no to the new lab. same old model as mine. Nobody bothered stealing it. Definitely dead. A faded printed note. Statue project led by Dormer. Proposals by Friday. Led by a certain Dormer. This has to be a coincidence. Or is it? I wonder what the statue project is. It must be one of the proposed designs. Was my brother the Dormer in charge of the project? Did he approve it? The symbolism might be significant. The acrostic could also be a clue. I can't prove there's a connection. Not his full name, but some initials match. Can't track down all the students, but I should investigate the protest. Maybe a few more questions, even if it seems like a lost cause. The state of the place. A violent protest would explain it, right? I guess so, she shrugs. The project. Mean anything to her? It does not. I describe the statue. She studies me like I've lost my mind. Can't blame her, really. B-I-O-E-T. Any clues as to what it spells? Bite, she asks back. Forget it. These are student addresses. The initials don't appear here. This one is upside down, following last week's. All purchased equipment. That won't get me far. That won't help me learn more about it. Note about an upcoming event. Nothing to do with the project. must spell bioethics, I browse several publications on the topic. One catches my attention. Academic paper on toxic fungi, military operations, weaponized mycotoxins by Amrita Thomas. But it's the endorsement on the back cover that stops me in my tracks. A quote by Leo Dormer, PhD, author of Sinking the 30 Oars Ship. Professor of Bioethics and Ethics of Biology. A sketch of an insect playing the harp. Someone penned an acrostic that spells BIOET. Unknown spilt liquids. A small-scale version of the university includes a statue of a torch-wielding man. There's a quote on the miniature plaque, so that society may gain wisdom as fast as science gathers knowledge. Yes, albeit 10 times smaller. Part of Dormer's project, the statue does stand out. The quote might also lead me somewhere. Addresses to forward mail to various departments. Temporary address forwarding. Biochem, 7A Market Street. Biophysics, 64 Signmakers Yard. Ecology, 86 Keshwang Place. Ethics of Biology, 341 Belvedere Heights. Virology, 65C Crofton Place. Please confirm with office before. No mentions of bioethics. But there is an address for the Ethics of Biology Department. 341 Belvedere Heights. I expect it might lead me to a colleague or fellow professor. But this is Leo's home. It circles the entire property. No energy curfew. Sign of a wealthy neighborhood. Lavish. Can't tell if someone is in. No energy curfew. Sign of a wealthy neighborhood. Embossed steel numbers. Wrought iron. Prison-like. Digital keyboard, built-in chatbot. I tap the screen. Who are you visiting today? Visiting Leo Dormer. Please use the authentication panel. My fingers slide into metallic slots. The machine trills. Dust-covered windshields. I don't think they've been driven in a while. Dust-covered windshields. I don't think they've been driven in a while. Dust-covered windshields. I don't think they've been driven in a while. Too high to see. Cheerless in the rain. Toddler-sized. Can't see through it. I can see through this one. I think it's unlocked. I knock. No answer. It's unlocked. I make my presence known. The call is met with complete silence. Moving platform, designed for reduced mobility. Hard to see. Digital keyboard. Buzzes gently. A note is stuck to it. Remember, Panoptis, not on your average shopping list. Still warm. Freshly brewed pot. It reads, now death threats, wiping footprint. Uncle L in panic room, signed M. She's not mentioned. If Uncle L is Leo, we have a relative of some kind. The death threats. Who hasn't received one or two? But I am curious. Marble musical instrument. Looks antique. 2 series of numbers are engraved. 6998 and 4543. Marble musical instrument. Looks antique. 2 series of numbers are engraved. 6998 and 4543. End-of-life technology. I thought it was illegal. Manual model. Antique brass spyglass. Can't tell if they're waves or clouds. Can't see anything with it tonight. I don't need to. It's empty. Antique secretary desk. They're expensive. Data destruction cycle incomplete. 186,570 files successfully deleted. Some files could not be deleted. There's nothing for me to do. Looking for what? antique secretary desk. They're expensive. Quite the private collection. Many of these books are banned. A lot to choose from. Anything specific? Maybe I can finally read it. Let's see. 2 books with his name on them. Immortal Morals. Ancient Myths and Beliefs, viewed through a modern scientific lens. Sinking the 30 Oars ship, preempting the shortcomings of the biohacking revolution. A lot to choose from. Anything specific? As expected, a vast selection of books on the subject. Already found 2 books of his. I've placed them on the coffee table. No books of hers here. Not mentioned in these books. That thing again. Abstract. No need to pick it up. The smell brings back memories. Nothing important. No need. Exotic. Healthy. Ancient seafaring vessel. The painting isn't signed. Sinking the 30 Oars ship. Preempting the shortcomings of the biohacking revolution. How? I must focus my search. Immortal Morals. Ancient Myths and Beliefs, viewed through a modern scientific lens. Since the release of Immortal Morals, but I wanted to let you know I've started work on a 3rd book. In complete unity, I picture a lover of the how and the why, an engulfing mind that tripped over its might, and ignored what's done in favor of what's. Results. Nothing. Already searched. No results for this book title. Leo's original university application, titled Why Bioethics Matter. They liked it so much that it was printed in the university newspaper. Profile. A blueprint of the house. Shows every room of the house. No hidden passages, sadly. Correspondence with the university board. An incomplete draft grabs my attention. Leave of absence. I am showing growing concern, less for my deteriorating health than the influence held by indoctrinated parents over the university board. Interesting invoices. Cleo runs a lucrative business as a bioethics consultant. Clients include government bodies, law enforcement agencies. No specifics about the services provided. Just going around in circles. digital keyboard. It wants a password, of course. Marble musical instrument. Looks antique. 2 series of numbers are engraved. 6998 and 4543. End-of-life technology. I thought it was illegal. If it's in there, I must refine my search. I could try the book title, but I can't find the password without a clue. Maybe, but where do I begin to look? Results. Ancient seafaring vessel. The painting isn't signed. Immortal morals. Ancient myths and beliefs. Viewed through a modern scientific lens. Sinking the 30 oars ship, preempting the shortcomings of the biohacking revolution. Contentious topic, maybe. I see how they're linked, but it doesn't help. No reason for him to write about that. Yes. There's irony there somewhere, but not a lead. Can't see anything with it tonight. He's not in it. Points to ailments. Points to connections and deep pockets. Controversial piece of kit, but I don't know. His, I assume. I wonder why. Moving platform, designed for reduced mobility. soon be back to your old self. Multiple signatures. Inessa. Min. XT. Esteban. I can just read it. Leo must be Professor D. I sense a health scare. Get well cards are the opposite of death threats. Min could be M. If it's them, they know about the panic room. No matching titles. Nothing. No mentions, as far as I can tell. Remember, Panoptis. Remember, Panoptis. Tempting, but no. It reads, now death threats, wiping footprint. Uncle L in panic room, signed M. No reason to believe they're linked. Assigned get well card for Professor D. Inessa. Min. XT. Esteban. Worth trying. Not the password. She's not mentioned. Remember, Panoptis. That doesn't warrant threats. Remember, Panoptis. Could be a password. Sounds like a password to me. It isn't. The numbers could be a password. I have a good feeling about these. But no, not even with different combinations. No clues here. Still warm, freshly brewed pot. Too vague. No, that can't be right. Ship or painting. Either way, that's too vague. Maybe significant after all. No, that can't be right. If it's in there, I must refine my search. Numbers 6998 and 4543 mark two circled areas on a map. The numbers 69, I do not know. I tried the numbers on the panel, didn't work. Didn't work the first time. Statue plaque draft number 1. Incomplete wish, robbed of humanity. Metamorphosis, music playing insect. Myth of Tithonus, so that's who the insect represents. No files containing the search term. Tithonus. I have exceeded the number of possible attempts. But I now have the option to reset the password. Security question 1 out of 3. First published piece. I assume it means Leo's first book. No files containing the search term. Already found 2 books of his. I've placed them on the coffee table. That could work. That must be it. He definitely wrote that one. No luck. Maybe not his first book. That must be it. I was certain it was his first book, but no. Better keep looking. Services. I doubt he wrote about that. Leo's original university application, titled Why Bioethics Matter. They liked it so much that it was printed in the university newspaper. They did publish it in the university newspaper. It was called Why Bioethics Matter. Okay, one down. Security question 2 out of 3. Mother's birthday. I know that one. There. Nice of Leo to finally include her in his life. Security question 3 out of 3. Grasshopper lover. No idea what it means. And it's not even a question. The name mentioned on the statue plaque didn't work, but I feel like I'm getting closer. Represents Tithonus. Could I be looking for his lover? It brings up the plaque draft. The insect represents Tithonus. Could I be looking for his lover? Nothing for grasshopper. The keyword lover returns one file. Incomplete eulogy. Not mentioned here. Doesn't appear on the screen. Nothing for grasshopper. The keyword lover returns one file. Written in her honor. That's all I can establish. Written in her honor. That's all I can establish. My little brother, I'm at his house. This is the night I find him. He knew and loved her. Not much to go on, though. Not mentioned here. Incomplete eulogy. Can't connect the two. Can't connect the two. My little brother, I'm at his house. This is the night. He knew and loved her. Not much to go on though. No. Written in her honor. That's all I can establish. Incomplete eulogy. I picture a lover of the how and the why. An engulfing mind that tripped over its might and ignored what's done in favor of what's. It's a stretch. He knew and loved her. Not much to go. Could be a book title. No, I can't see anything that comes close. I have identified it, but who is the lover? It brings up the black draft. The insect represents Tithonus. Could I be looking for his lover? I know the grasshopper's name. Better search for that instead. The name is indexed. Cursed lover of Eos, goddess of the dawn, begged the gods to grant him eternal life. Yet forgot to ask for eternal youth, often represented as a cicada or grasshopper. Grasshopper. Lover of Eos. That must be it. I enter the answer. Grasshopper lover. Eos. This is the night I find him. Leodoma. My little brother, an old man on his last breath. He begs me not to go. The words ring like a curse. Iris says, don't go to Phoenix Springs. He warned me about this place. Yet here I am. scroll through a few frequencies. Static. I tune it to the frequency. I wonder if the radio can help, though. Steep climb. Sculpted by erosion. I don't think I can. Just goes on and on. Sculpted by erosion. Sculpted by erosion. Not sure how that's a lead. Archaic. It's a wonder this thing moves at all. No radio. Could be some kind of code. I wonder if I can set the destination. Nothing happens. gravity-defying shapes, sculpted by erosion. They almost look hand-carved. Gravity-defying shapes. Something about this specific formation. Truly resembles the three numbers. This is how I make it to the oasis. Green crater in the heart of the desert. It's gravity. It pulls me. Imposing, unusual ring pattern. That won't answer back. What are you? She asks. I tell her I'm a reporter. A dog chasing her tail, she says. What's a reporter without news? I'm not sure. We shouldn't talk anymore, she says. One of many confusing conversations here. My interlocutor can volunteer information. My information doesn't quite reach them. Rebellious streak in her. She should be chewing gum. We shouldn't talk anymore, she says. Full of water, floating fibers. Freshly made, drying in the breeze. It's to pound vegetation into pulp. Freshly made, sun-dried. Tracing symbols, the focus of a scholar whose eyes were trained on fine print. Jet black, ground, charred tree bark. I don't recognize the language. I don't recognize the language. Her work. I can't tell if it's an alphabet. Mathematics? It's bigger than that, she stammers. I mention Leo. She exhales. History, she begins. The thing with people. The complexity of the answer overwhelms her, like she's failing to be exact with her wording. Wrestling with ungraspable concepts. Still, no clues about my brother. What can she tell me about Phoenix Springs? She launches into and aborts multiple metaphors. It's hard to follow. Something about the taxonomy of chemicals. I realize she's talking about the name, not the place. Vacant stare. Just sitting there. Does he live here? No, he says. I'm trying to escape. I tell him the door isn't locked. That's why my plan will work, he says. My plan is patience. Right. Can I ask him questions? Wait long enough, he says, and the answers come to you. He doesn't speak again. He doesn't speak again. Potpourri of dehydrated petals, fruit, bark. The smell is somewhat domestic, like scented candles or a relative's washing powder. One eye closed for perspective, gauging a big scale with big hands. I clear my throat. I will answer, he says, as if handing out gold. I ask about my brother. Nature takes substance and makes a horse, he explains. Melts it down for a tree or a person. I am nature, he says. Carbon dated to eons. What does he do here? Sculptors must see from all sides, he says. Like time, we remove more than we add. Very close to talking about himself in the third person. Heard the name before? Prompts him to gush about himself. His art, his process. Says he birthed every rock here. The dust calls him by name. That'll do. The work, he says, will be unrivaled. An art form that doesn't have a name yet. Good luck to him. Carved stone slabs, towering painted figures. Imposing, unusual ring pattern. Sturdy, ancient structure. The wooden guardrails have a glossy sheen, polished by 1,000 palms. It makes the place what it is. Picture of health. Lean limbs, clear skin. I'm stretching, he says. So I see. The secret is to extend past your standard range of motion. There is a binary between mind and body, imaginary and real, sacred and profane, chaos and cosmos, other and self, matter and form. He goes on. The man can talk, but not listen, apparently. Reporter's hunch. Some of these folks aren't worth my time. Imaginary and sacred, chaos and other and self, matter and he goes on. The man can talk, but not. Seems as ancient as the mountains themselves. I could look at it all day. Deep in thoughts, unclothed. 2 fingers on his left wrist. He's monitoring his pulse. Health concerns? He presents his artery as evidence. I anticipate an anomaly in the data, he says. Stiffness in the hinges, fever to cook the mind. This heart never stutters. He sounds almost let down. The only unknown, he says, is your influence. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Correct, he says. None of us should be here. Head-sized, tough-shelled fruit. The ripest ones smell zesty and sweet. More a bush than a tree. Its berries have a briny, fishy aroma. Some kind of plums. The emanating smell is rich, wholesome, like toasted grain. I could look at it all day. Thought they were apples at first, but there's a smoky, acrid fragrance, like an old train station or forest fire. Thought they were apples at first, but there's a smoky, acrid fragrance, like an old train station or forest fire. Don't know if they're edible. Monk-like. I sense impatience, though. He asks, why is it so hard to get a straight answer these days? It's all disjointed here. I tell him I've just arrived. I can't trust anyone, he says, moping. Those trees by the river, they weren't there yesterday. Eccentric posture, stroking petals as if coaxing an alley cat. Her patience only extends to the flowers. She shushes me with full force. They won't blossom before the moon, she says. Pointy, orchid-like. Strong smell I can only describe as medical. Cleaning fluid or disinfectant. Striking black petals. Their perfume has a mouldy tinge, but not unpleasant. Reminds me of the earth after the rain. Cyan beauties, but the stench, like sour sweat. Bright red, but with a green smell. Herbaceous, mint or dill. Plain roses with a woody smell, like a mixture of sawdust and tree sap. Poppy-shaped, yellow, rancid smell, like a smoker's lips or fingertips. The rocking of an addict outside the clinic. I don't recognize the melody she's humming. I ask if she's okay. She shoos me away. You're making me forget the tune, she says. Snake-head machine. Clinical imaging device. Repurposed to produce sounds. Doesn't tell me who they are. Selection of percussion musical devices. Snake-head machine. Clinical imaging device. Repurposed to produce sounds. Majestic, pensive. Observes the rippling mountains in the distance. Remember the tower, she asks. 50 pods per floor, she says. Maximum occupancy. The fire escape was a monstrous spiral staircase. But then what? She's lost in her reverie. Won't say anything else. Puzzling train of thought. Non sequiturs. Irrelevant answers. I notice a pattern. Doesn't tell me who they are. Elder giant. I could look at it all day. Dishevelled, begging for attention. In the city, he'd be feeding pigeons. He inquires first. What happens when you place a mirror in front of another mirror? I don't know. Some kind of infinity. You have two mirrors, he says. The thought tickles him. He giggles. Don't know why I expected wisdom. Maybe it's the tree. A headless builder brandishing a trowel. The plinth has been defaced. What remains are three letters. S-O-N. Anonymous figure, clutching scrolls or blueprints of some kind. I recognize a vial. The rest fell apart. I recognize a vial. The rest fell apart. Sanitary clothing, surgical mask, skull cap. The eyes are remarkably lifelike. Another vandalized inscription. I can make out the last three letters. E-O-N. Muscular kneeling man. Untitled artwork. This one's a lonely limb. No markings on the plinth. So peaceful here. It's entrancing. Stagnant and oily here. a low hum. Hollow, ominous, buzzes gently. Filled with rotting fruit, stacked head high, pyramid-like. Maybe. But for what purpose? No. Makes the place what it is. Another cocktail of fragrances, public transport body odour. Fresh ashes. To solve what problem? Various stages of rot. Strong fermented smell. Leaning like he's lost his balance. I know that stance. I was a real butcher, he laments. A proper rat, apex creature. He burps and retches. I'd gut your office, he says. I'd strip the premises. Even sniffed out a font that saved money on ink. Catching the light, lizard-like. I signal to her. She can't hear me. Couldn't outlast the elements. It's entrancing. Flooded dwellings, unknown decaying structures. It's entrancing. What are you? She asks. Still a reporter. You're right, she says. People don't change. Not sure I agree. Look who's talking, she says. For grinding grain. Not bathing as much as caressing the surface. How's the water? If you float long enough, she says, the body mistakes gravity for motion. Sounds risky. To incubate means to lie down, she says. You should try it. Another sock puppet spewing out nonsense. Calm, calming. Finely ground, speckled with ashes. This one's for baking, full of ashes and charred crust. Clay pots, frothy liquids and powders, both rock hard and breaking down. Flour and greyish paste. Wooden, rustic. Not in use. Grotesque carvings, distorted features. Miniature versions of the cabin I'm standing in. They're identical, even in their defects. Grotesque carvings, distorted features. They vary in shape and size, but not much. Doesn't lead anywhere, and I don't need it. Propped against the wall, doesn't lead anywhere. Relentless and precise, can't tell if he's fixing or destroying it. I know you, he says. Used to read all your articles. Sounds more like scorn than flattery. Under his breath, he calls me a traitor. Did I hear him right? You either live your culture or destroy it, he says. There is no in-between. Makes the place what it is. Ancient furnace. Hasn't been fired in a long time. Why? It's been hollowed out, or hasn't been filled in yet. Hand-stained timber, filled with viscous, blood-red paint. Smells of burnt wood. Soot-stained hearth. A mix of pungent natural products, bleach, polished metal. It reminds me of a hospital room. Red-eyed, hands and face blackened by coal or ash. Is she okay? Can I help? I'm sorry, she says, like a child who disappointed her parents. What for? I don't remember, she sobs. Can she tell me anything about herself? Anything that could help? It's like it doesn't print, she says. I have all this knowledge in my head, but it doesn't print correctly. Is she safe here? Anyone to speak to? She shrugs. I have no idea. Someone around here asked about Leo Dormer. Does she know him? It's possible, she says without much conviction. I don't feel great about pressing her, but this is crucial. It backfires. She breaks down. I'm going under soon, she says, and I can't remember my own name. I can't remember my craft. I can't even remember what I look like anymore. She's the best lead I have so far. I must jolt her memory. I describe her features. Slender frame, shoulder-length hair. No, she protests. That's all wrong. Any pointers? Initials? Nothing. What does she mean by craft? She answers with another question. Why did they have to make the words so ugly, she asks. I'm unsure what she means. They replaced my instructions, so I had to burn them, she explains. That's why I don't remember, she says. I don't remember what I'm supposed to do. Where did she burn them? Why? Why, she asks back. Why did they make the words so ugly? The topic confuses and upsets her. Goes nowhere. Okay, I should take it easy on her. Ancient furnace. Hasn't been fired in a long time. Fine selection of garments, yet so few choose to wear them. Fireless. Manual weaving machine. Pedal powered. Turns fibers into thread. Doesn't tell me what she looks like. Relentless and precise, something menacing about him. I don't feel particularly safe talking to him. Her reflection in the water. Worth trying. I have an idea. Will she follow me? She hesitates. Yes. I lead her to the water. What she sees in there horrifies her. Not worth asking about it again. A seamstress. If that's to do with her craft, I should prove it. A seamstress. Maybe. I'd need evidence. Finding her instructions could help. Weaver. Maybe. I'd need evidence. Fireless. All I can see is soot. I doubt they represent living beings. Not in this one either. Carpentry tools. Could be. But I need proof. Finding her instructions could help. A mask maker? Could be. But I need proof. The instructions aren't in there. The girl. She needs help remembering things. I'm trying to, she says, pointing at her work. I want to sympathize or at least understand, but I fail to see how she's helping. Language is a material, she says. Yet we build with clay that's as brittle as boiled bones. Pinches the bridge of her nose in frustration. Or is it bird bones? She's lost me. It's hard to convey, she admits. She claims she's helping. I don't understand how, and I'm not convinced. Where could I find written instructions? Her ears prick up at the mention. If you do find them, bring them over, she says. I must check all writing for consistency. Sketch her. I'm not skillful enough. Someone else might be. That won't help me guess her name. If it's there, I can't read it. Sketch her. I'm not skillful enough. Someone else might be. I don't see anything in there. That won't help me guess her name. Can he reproduce someone's likeness? He says my question betrays weakness, taps his temples, presents strong hands, don't need anything else, he says. Sun-sized ego, every topic sucked into his orbit. How do I tell what someone is supposed to do? He rambles on, something about revealing to boulders what they long to become. Can't get a straight answer out of him. Can he help me help her? Nothing helpful to say. Took me too long to realize this isn't a conversation. I don't think they're real people. What are you? She asks. What about her? What is she? She scans the trees. Me, I'm secret police. We shouldn't talk anymore, she says. She's lost in her reverie. Won't say anything else. Three letters to go on. It's not much, and I can't connect it to her. EON. Could be the end of someone's name, but I need proof it's hers. What are you? She asks. I play along. Why is the secret police here then? My superior was so boastful, she says, bragging about her 50 years of experience. With all due respect, I told her, sounds to me like you've had 1 year of experience 50 times. I bet she didn't like that. We shouldn't talk anymore, she says. He giggles. These people. I don't know. Can't help being unhelpful. The tree has been set alight. Repeatedly, it seems. But no instructions. Filled with rotting fruit. Stacked head high, pyramid-like. I run my hand through paper-thin cinders. There is also paper in there. Erdnach. Step 1, illegible. But that must be the instructions. Enjoying the fumes a bit too much. Found on a burnt piece of paper. Could be the instructions. I should ask. Found a burnt piece of paper. Erdnach was written on it. Such an ugly word, she complains. It sounds demonic, like an incantation. So she knows it. I'm supposed to make it, she says, but I don't know what it is. Right track. I should find out what it means. I don't feel particularly safe. Doesn't tell me what it means. I mentioned the word. Erdnak, she repeats, relishing the clacking consonant. Erd, she explains, was meant to sound harsh. In that context, it meant cooked or baked. Nak, she continues, was a shape. Rectangular, to be precise. So, a baked rectangle? That would make sense, she smiles. May be used for baking, but what is the rectangle? I report my findings. An Erdnak is a baked rectangle. Oh, she says. But what is that? Good question. Would be right for baking, but it's empty except for crumbled bricks. Although, rectangular, baked. Is that what I'm after? Bricks. I should check with the girl. Does she know how to bake bricks? 77% mud, she recites. 19 sand. 4% straw. A glint of recognition. Gratitude, even. I bake bricks, she affirms. I build bridges that break. Mason is the name I was given here. That is my craft. She's beginning to remember. Ancient furnace. Hasn't been fired in a long time. I approach with caution. She senses my presence. I was promised so much, she says, but it doesn't print. What else does she know about herself? 77% mud, she recites. 19 sand. 4% straw. Broken record. What does she make of the ruins? I was promised so much, she says, forlorn. To build with my bare hands. The memory is painful. We drop the subject. I wonder out loud if she remembers Leo now. She stares into the distance. Silence. Her memories haven't been unlocked yet. How do I help her? I just want to remember who I was, she says, before I go under. I talk and he appears to listen. Never utters a sound, but my words do get through to him. Does he know her? He shrugs. Who knows or even cares? I thought of these people as neighbours. They're isolated planets whose paths don't overlap. Does he recognise the name Leodorma? His fingers dip in the sand. Elegant, clean strokes. Is that my photograph? What does he make of this place? He wipes his art clean. A new sketch. 5 concentric circles. I mention her. A new sketch. Childish scribbles. Is he mocking me? No, he seems dead serious about it. Already asked. I know he can speak, he simply chooses not to. This one's a lonely limb. No markings on the plinth. I doubt it can help her in any way. I bring it up once more. Doesn't feel like repeating himself. Did they meet? How does he know about the photograph? Doesn't spark anything in him. I'm so close, yet so far. This one's a lonely limb. No markings on the plinth. Muscular kneeling man. Untitled artwork. Sanitary clothing, surgical mask, skull cap. The eyes are remarkably lifelike. Another vandalized inscription. I can make out the last 3 letters. E-O-N. Anonymous figure. Clutching scrolls or blueprints of some kind. A headless builder brandishing a trowel. Another vandalized inscription. What remains are 3 letters. S-O-N. Faceless. Doesn't feel like her, and yet the letters match her name. The trial makes sense. Is that the same person? Let's see if it awakens anything in the girl. Does she know who the builder represents? Something S-O-N. She repeats the 3 letters. Eyes dart from side to side as an answer rises in her. Mason, she finally says. Mason is the name I was given here. It's as if she's stuck. I don't need to ask a sec. What else does she know about herself? 77% mud, she recites. 19 sand. 4% straw. Broken record. I'm stretching, he says. The secret is to extend past your standard range of motion. But his motion doesn't change. Until the next revolution, he says, much of the consciousness is binaries. On one side, the binary is made of even more binaries. The other side is nothing like that. Other and self. Matter and form. Sacred and profane. Imaginary and real. Chaos and cosmos. There he goes again. Saying so much, yet so little. Seems as ancient as the mountains themselves. jet black. Ground, charred tree bark. I don't recognize the language. He does speak again. People dream of being free as a bird, he says. Fly high in the sky. What about the rest of the day? Fight for worms. A square inch of branch. No thank you, sir. I feel safe here. I feel free. There's no static or state. No damnation or admin. No faith or flag. Birth or biology. He mistakes my skepticism for confusion. You know, he insists, biology. The drop of blood in your morning eggs. He doesn't speak again. Don't think they depict the same people. Remember the rooftop, she asks, squints to focus. People below are ants. Black clouds in the distance. Out pops an umbrella, pop. Now 2, now 3, now 100, like they're hatching. I never thought there could be so many. So many umbrellas, I ask. So many sentient souls, she says. She's gone again. Stagnant and oily here, a low hum. Blinking. Not as unconscious as I thought. If you float long enough, she says, the body mistakes gravity for motion. I've heard it before. Filled with rotting fruit, stacked head high, pyramid-like. That doesn't tell me what it represents. I could look at it all day. The statue could have once represented Mason. I asked, but she couldn't answer. I'm trying to jolt her memory. The girl claims it's her name. I'm trying to jolt her memory. That doesn't tell me what it represents. Does he know what the statue used to look like? He answers with a portrait. Is that the same person? Now his finger rises towards a white moon. The light changes. One of those night skies more solid than the earth itself. He's done here. I never get to show her the portrait. The ritual begins. A mechanical march. I know exactly where it leads. apart. He's expecting me. An old man on his last breath. The night I learned everything about him. He says he can't recognize his face. His heart grows heavy with regret. He begs me not to go. The words ring like a curse. Iris, he says. Don't go to Feeding Springs. Yet here I am. Archaic. It's a wonder this thing moves at all. Persistent, glistening with sweat. Really taking it out on the electronics. Knock hard on something hard, he says. I should be building buckets, not fixing everybody's mess. How do I find Phoenix Springs? Already there, he says, not missing a beat. Has he heard the name? We aren't supposed to do names, he says. I'm not sure what that means, but I pinpoint what repels me, not the pent-up violence or disdain. He's a stickler. Thanks for nothing. I am no guide, he hisses. I am no tarot card. I have dignity and needs. The formation reminds me of digits. 1, 0, 1. That doesn't need to hear my voice. Something about this specific formation. It's a gate, a portal. A tunnel that sucks me in. This is how I make it to the oasis. Green crater in the heart of the desert. It's gravity. It pulls me. Picture of health. Lean limbs, clear skin. I'm stretching, he says. So I see. Wake up and think. Empty myself. Do my sums. Eat. So you see, it's mind, body, like alternating current. Some say it's one, but the binaries won't meet. He goes on. The man can talk, but not listen, apparently. Seems as ancient as the mountains themselves. She tears pieces of paper off, chews them, spits and pounds them. She signals that her mouth is full. Jet black. Ground, charred tree bark. A stack of sheets covered in symbols, undecipherable. Full of water, floating fibers. Vacant stare, just sitting there. Does he live here? He says he comes from a house where every door was locked. It was a family motto. Did you lock the door? Mother in the office. Did you lock the door? Father in the driveway. Did you lock the door? At least here there's nothing to close. He doesn't speak again. Stained, sniffling man. Is he okay? I'm finished, he sobs. I'm no king. Everything I touch turns to feces. I let him wallow in his misery. Filled with paint. Primary colours extracted from liquefied fruit. Carved stone slabs. The artwork has been wrecked, as if redacted with streaks of paint. It's entrancing. Seems as ancient as the mountains themselves. Deep in thoughts, unclothed. 2 fingers on his left wrist. He's monitoring his pulse. Health concerns? He presents his artery as evidence. I haven't dreamed in years, he says, but I still remember my first heartbreak. A cracked rib cage ripped out of my chest. Is that romance or surgery? I was taught dreams are a byproduct of sleep, he says. Now I know it's the reverse. It's used for storage. Ancient furnace. Hasn't been fired in a long time. Just toiling away. Hard at work. You know me, she says. What can she tell me about the place? It takes her a moment to reminisce, like she's travelled far and left something behind. I used to enjoy the dances, she says. She knows more than she lets on. I bring him up. She says it's lovely how I ask questions. Curiosity's in short supply these days. Everyone is so full, she whines, constantly pouring out. Doesn't answer me, though. I let her get on with her project. The material changes, she says, but the purpose is continuous. Just toiling away. Fine selection of garments, yet so few choose to wear them. Manual weaving machine. Her standing there makes me uneasy. My superior was so boastful, she says, bragging about her 50 years of experience. With all due respect, I told her, sounds to me like you've had 1 year of experience 50 times. I bet she didn't like that. We shouldn't talk anymore, she says. Catching the light, lizard-like. I signal to her. She can't hear me. White fingerprints stained the glass panel, medium-sized hands. Flour. No gaps, buttons, or switches. It must lead underground. But how? Elder giant. Five concentric circles. No reason to believe they're linked. Is it a map of some kind? I doubt he got involved with that. No. Five concentric circles. Five concentric circles. Floating on grass, buoyed by the earth. I hid a tracker on my lover, he says, to follow her path on the map. It was pathetic. Not so much the sleeping around, but the tiny circles traced in town. Drool runs down his chin. He's beaming. I ignore him. Topless and perched. She's pruning. How do I reach the lower levels? She says the routes down there are a riot, twice as wide and spread out as the canopy. So has she been below? Not in forever, she says. Any thoughts about the place? I planted every blade of grass here, she says, and it still confuses me. Does she know my brother? I was taught some grass is bad, she says, and some is beautiful. It seemed so arbitrary. All plants are miracles to me. She pauses, pinches and plucks a leaf. Grass becomes a weed, she says, when it takes more than it gives. It sounds vaguely threatening. She doesn't know how to access it. Someone gather the ripest ones. cross-legged, entranced. Cables dance above her head. She bows. Any requests? I have questions. A question is a request, she says. Anything about the depths? The sound takes a somber turn. I don't have a theme, she admits. Either way, that won't open the lift. Does the place inspire her? It sounds like a bomb or eruption. Then liquid. I don't know how else to describe it. I mention him. She summons a melody. It's unstructured, as if scrolling through radio stations. I can't locate him, she confesses. I ask again. I don't have a theme, she admits. Either way, that won't open the lift. She thanks me. What for? It's a privilege, she says, to spend time in there. Does she mean the music? Helmet? Head? How do I access it? Another thing they've moved, she says. The screen should be high up. Some fools must have complained. Others liked it too much. Outdoors, I remind you, we're not meant to have keys. What is she talking about? You'll find out soon enough, she says. What is she making anyway? A bag, she says, to hold my yarn. That won't answer back. He considers each pot on the shelf, hesitates, repeats, rise, rise, rise. I think I hear him mumble. Roaring fire. Let me guess, he's the baker. That's not a guess, he says. The bread won't shape itself. Can't argue with that. I ask about my brother. His eyes roll at the mention. Wherever I stand, he says, no matter what I do, there's forever a curious one asking about a lost one. I press him. I've come to accept, he says, that it might be better to forget. I ask how long he's been there. Is that such a crime, he asks. To change my mind? Not to my knowledge. I picture it so clearly, he says, the path to the sea. From A to B to C, at every turn, against my will, I can't help but curve left. I noticed flour on the lift. He whispers, is that where I left my memory? I think he let it slip. An admission he's been under. I offer to fetch his memory for him. But what is it? No point, he says, if I don't even remember what it is. I ask questions, casting a wide net. I've come to accept, he says, that it might be better to forget. He's reluctant to remember. I must jolt his memory. Forgetfulness. Repetition. Complex internal logic that solves very little. It's frustrating, but I feel compelled to help him. The baker boy left something below, knows how to operate the lift. I must trigger his memory to access it. How do I help the baker? Barefoot boy, she asks. One needs fabric and texture, she says. It grounds you to this earth. Baker used to wear boots. I'd start with that. Can she fashion boots for him? She can't. We're headless remnants, she says. Strewn pages of a library. We've lost leather and the tannery. The best we can do is build statues that aren't good, scribble symbols nobody reads, plant seeds for fruit nobody eats, produce sounds nobody sings. At least, she says, I still cover your modesty. Ancient fur hasn't been far. I don't think that's his memory. How is that a clue? That won't help him recall anything. Contemplative, distant. On a train, he'd be facing the window. He inquires first. How do you access what's left below? This I would like to know. Submit yourself to the Silent One, he says. I've seen the past with my own eyes. Is that a clue? He says the Silent One has answers. Can't tell if he's deflecting or toying with me. Any other triggers for the baker? I only speak music, she says. She does not, but I let it slide. How do I help Baker remember something? A cluster of notes becomes a phrase. A ballad. Is this Baker's? I seem to recall, she nods. She's already recalling his ballad. Who is it? The one thing I can't summon is silence, she says. It's not what I meant. Either way, it doesn't help. I don't recognize the melody she's humming. Remember to remember, she says, pretty much to herself. Sanitary clothing, surgical mask, skull cap. The eyes are remarkably lifelike. Another vandalized inscription. I can make out the last three letters. E-O-N. I really doubt there's a link there. How do I help him recover it? She answers with a story, told to the oasis as much as to me. We're at the seaside, she says, and it begins to rain. Real cloudburst. We run for shelter. Our bare feet break the top layer of the wet beach. They reveal yellow, dry sand underneath the grey crust, as if we stepped in gold and tracked it behind us. I don't recall her face, she says, but my memory of the smell has never diminished. That's why I crossbreed and pollinate. Each bouquet is unique. It's your fingerprint. What kind of flowers could help? Sometimes, she says, I stand by the fire and imagine winter. It can't be done. Spring here is eternal. I can't remember chills next to the heat. But what about the boy? It's not a science, she says. It's a work in progress. I should ask him instead. What does she know about the silent one? I bloom the flowers, she says. It doesn't make me complicit. Fabric has no effect on me, she says. I should ask him instead. I thought of these people as neighbours. They're isolated planets whose paths don't overlap. She signals that her mouth is full. She signals that her... Does he remember his footwear? He protests. What are you even asking about? I'm not sure anymore. Guess that's that. Doors close one by one. Sometimes it's welcome. I've heard a tune he might know. He asks, how does it go? I didn't memorize it. Will he follow me to the music room? The bread won't shape itself, he says. Can't bring him to the song. I should bring the song to him. Any scents he's fond of. He says smells don't affect him. My sinuses have been stuffed for years. I only have nostrils left for flower. I'll have to take his word for it. I must find another trigger. Who is the silent one? I was told they can help. You keep asking me that, he says. Do I? Regardless, I don't think he knows. May have the power to help people remember. I've heard conflicting accounts. he's reluctant to remember. I must jolt his memory. The baker boy left something below. Knows how to operate the lift. I must trigger his memory to access it. I've forgotten the ballad. Can she play it again for me? There. The musician played me a melody. Might help Baker with his memory. I hum it to myself. Baker's little tune. I remember how it goes now. I asked Baker about his boots. Didn't help. Who knows what goes on in that cracked head of his? That's what happens when you cook crumbs nobody craves. His melody. I hear it. I hum it. We used to play it on the beach, he says. That's the memory I've left below. Peculiar creature. But I think he knows the way down. Does he remember now? I remember now, he says. Unnumbered sublevels. I notice leaks, unplugged cables. This is legacy technology. Layers built upon layers. Automation without aim. Baker fidgets, gets on my nerves. Can you smell it, he asks. It reeks of the end. Discarded like empty bullet casings. Haunted, planted on the spot, scanning the photograph he picked up from the ground. Is that his memory? A photograph? I shouldn't be here, he panics. Why would Mason choose this? I'm leaving for the sea. Off he goes again, forever indecisive, bouncing between locations. But the name, Mason, dormant inside of me. I've heard it before. A connection to Leo. Discarded like empty bullet casings. Droning static, the private made public. Prompt, begin diagnostic. It wants me to enter a name. No need. It wants me to enter a name. Name not found. Why would my brother be up there? Mason. Machinery whirs. A body is flushed out of empty plumbing. Mutilated between states. Clinical imaging device. Bypasses vocal cords. Coils dig into my temples. It's working. The water amplifies. I am the antenna. We tune into each other's thoughts. Let's try the person. Mason. The image is fragmented at first. Thoughts congeal. I see it. A faint trace of personhood. We focus on our location. It triggers a strong response. I catch a flurry of linked ideas. A worksite. A flood. An architect. The sequence ends abruptly, as if halted. the silent one? The images aren't clear, as if they're memories somewhere, not willing to be born yet. About the flood, devastation, loss. But the memory, it's a dead end. Why is the worksite significant? What happens there? The memory is foreboding. Who is the architect? Hard to determine. I feel like we both know. I sense great tenderness. The vision ends. There is a shape in there. A trace of Leo. It's noisy, imprecise. I might need to reawaken other memories first. We see the location clearly. Who is the architect? I sense great tenderness. The vision ends. We see the location clearly. About the flood. It's a dead end. I see it. A faint trace of personhood. Who is the silent one? It doesn't prompt anything. Must be missing parts of the story. We see the location clearly. Leo. We both know the name. The memory is not quite there yet. We see the location clearly. Two souls crammed into one skull. It's indecent. Up there. Contorted, twitching, a feverish bad night's sleep. great wall surrounds a vortex. The wall screams for me to crash against it. A memory of Mason. I think I catch a glimpse. It's too zoomed in. I can't sense the perspective or geometry. I focus. It's like another memory traps the light. Too much gravity and mass. Can we remember? No, it's not working. Only wants to be consumed by one thought. Can we remember the architect? Barely. An iota of ego, wrapped up in torturous motion. I visualize a worksite. The thought pierces through, unearths buried sediments, accreted over time. It calls for a name, but whose? I try. That shapeless unease. I feel seasick. I try. Can't get through. No sense of order, chronology, sequence. We see it now. It's too much. The vision trips something. But I extracted it. The missing piece, source of the torment. Mason's accident. I bring Mason back out. Looks like we're back to the original loop. The self erased and reframed. The accident. No recollection yet. Who is the architect? No recollection yet. This isn't remembering as much as archaeology. I must keep digging. About the flood. No recollection yet. I must keep digging. We rebuild the memory from the ground up. It starts with a person, Mason. I see it. A faint trace of personhood. The accident. No recollection yet. I must keep digging. This place. We see the location clearly. Always triggers the same ideas. A worksite. A flood. An architect. The accident. Shouldn't be survived. Life hangs by a thread, and yet the thread is respun. It is rebirth. The procedure. All these people around Mason. Our lives become entangled. That's why I'm in the room, covering it for the newspaper. A strange mirror. Memories of me that aren't my own. Is that all they see? Is that all I am? The surgeon, ambition beyond belief. Name and face excised for a reason. We focus on the person, but nothing is clear. Do we know who it is? Vagueness. Who is the silent one? Do I feel someone's presence? It's thin, ghostly. We're very close to memories of Leo. Looks like we're back to the original loop. The self erased and reframed. Mason. I see it. A faint trace of personhood. Let's remember the oasis. We see the location clearly. Always triggers the same ideas. A worksite. A flood. An architect. Who is the architect? I sense great tenderness. The vision ends. The accident. The memory is painful. The memory is not quite there yet. No luck. Just a child, blurry-eyed. Does he hear me? He's not quite come to yet. I might have gone too far. Clinical imaging to bypass it. I hardly get a signal. It's shapeless and slippery. Nothing to grab onto. Does he know who he is? Not even that. Does he remember? Just noise. Does he know where he is? Nothing. Can we remember? It's a mess in there. The procedure. Images flash. They're bleached, faded. Does it mean anything to him? I'm not getting anything. I try. Can't get through. Anything else? They're bleached, faded. Any memories? He doesn't know me. How do I know him? Any memories of my brother? Nothing. Does he remember? Just noise. Can we remember? It's a mess in there. Does he know who he is? Not even that. Does it mean anything to him? I'm not. I try. Can't get through. Does he remember? Just nod. Does he know who it is? There's the out. A pregnancy. A child. It feels illicit. That sequence again. A pregnancy. A child. It feels illicit. Anything else? They're bleached, faded. It wants me to enter a name. That person cannot be found. Looks like we're back to the original loop. The self erased and reframed. Mason. I see it. A faint trace of personhood. Who is it? We can't unlock the memory. Let's remember the oasis. We see the location clearly. Always triggers the same ideas. A work site. A flood. An architect. The accident. The memory is painful. The procedure. Our lives become entangled. That's why I'm in the room, covering it for the newspaper. Who is it? Can't unlock the memory. The surgeon, ambition beyond belief. Name and face excised for a reason. Yes. A vision of the geneticist. What is their role in all of this? don't know what I'm doing anymore, but I am here. This is me. The name is not found, luckily. Looks like we're back to the original loop. The self erased and reframed. Mason. I see it. A faint trace of personhood. Let's remember the oasis. We see the location clearly. Always triggers the same ideas. A worksite. A flood. An architect. Why is the worksite significant? What happens there? The memory is foreboding. The accident. The memory is painful. The procedure. Our lives become entangled. That's why I'm in the room, covering it for the newspaper. A strange mirror. Memories of me that aren't my own. Is that all they see? Is that all I am? We focus on the person, but nothing is clear. We remember now, something happens to me here. I become broken, an engine that only produces one question. But it is me. The reason his name lives on, I ask about Leo endlessly. I may not see the full picture, but I know exactly where to find it. It beckons. How long have we been doing this? Years, decades, millennia. My little brother. This is the night I find him. After so many years apart. The night I learn everything about him. How he turned his life around. How he became a new man. How he made plans for the end. He's expecting me. An old man on his last breath. He says he can't recognize his face. His heart grows heavy with regret. I know exactly how he feels. That's why I'm at his house. To tell him about a place where we can start anew. But he knows it's too late. Like a sun moves space-time, he says I must distort reality. And I'm afraid eternity would distort me eternally. Our documented history. It's nice someone kept copies. The reason his name lives on. How long have we been doing this? I remember now. Somebody got what they wanted. He asks if I feel better. Heard sobbing in the cabin. I'm fine, I tell him. I used to call it rainwater, he says. It would cheer up my granddaughter. A little rainwater never hurt anyone. I study the strangely lucid person next to me. Realise I have no idea who or what they are. And that, for a brief moment, it's the lucidity that matters. Rivers, tears, the sea, he says. It's all the same stuff anyway. Water's a closed system. Sometimes revealed.